Check 1 2. Hey, hey. 1 2. Hey, hey. Turn the mic on me.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Turned off.
Hey, hey. you'll see that Yeah.
Hello? Working.
And it does, you know, dissolves it, and then it refreezes, you know?
They redesigned the engine. The 26,
Oh, wow.
24 on, they redesigned the engine, so it's been great.
I know that, you know, I really don't need a diesel, but I was, the 6.2 is terrible. The 6.6, I don't know yet. I like Ford, but I'm not too sure about.
All right, 6 o'clock. All right, you guys ready? Everyone, I'd like to call the village board meeting to order. Everybody please rise for the pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call and open meeting law compliance check.
President Jeff Millies.
Here.
Trustee Jay Pecca.
Here,
Trustee Gary Finch.
Here.
Trustee Dylan Newman, Jim Hirth is here.
I'm here.
Trustee Dylan Newman has an excused absence. Mr. President, the meeting is in full compliance with the open meetings law.
Public comments? Any public comments?
you sure?
All right, no public comments? All right, miscellaneous matters, advanced life support agreement with the village of Waukesha. We got the chiefs here tonight to help explain the process and answer any questions. This is the same contract we have with all the other communities.
Just speak louder.
Yes.
Jim, I know you had a couple of questions, I thought.
Yeah, so, you know, I would like to see that rate increased to at least 600. I would also like to see that the language changed in it to, I know it's not standard, but there's not a lot of standard anymore. But I would like to see the language that if we leave our fire station, we're getting paid. Not if we render service, not if we transport, I want to receive payment. I would like to see payment if we leave the fire station.
Okay.
There's a
Well,
lot.
I think if we go to the scene, we should do the transport, not have, you know, if they Waukesha shows up and then takes over and then we're out the dollars.
That's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
I think the best way to word that is leave the station. Because if
Well-
we get halfway there, I mean, now we pulled our trucks out, our people went out. I mean, I feel like we should be compensated for it.
So there's a couple things that I think we need to look at. Is number one is, I get your concerns. We've kind of followed what has been established throughout the county for how we bill for our intercept services. Aguanago bills the same way we do right now. The practice has always been that if we got there and we did an assessment and we deemed that we did not need to go with a paramedic to the hospital, that we would just, that we didn't charge for that. That was just what has been there forever. Not that that can't be changed, but I would want to sit down with our billing company to figure out what our actual numbers were, number one. Number two is we'd also have to then renegotiate all of our contracts with all of our departments that we do intercepts with, which I think would be, which we can also do, but it's going to be a little bit of a extensive project to do because we're dealing with 4 or 5 different municipalities that we have agreements with that we go to on a pretty regular basis. And then we'd have to figure out what that number is in terms of what's considered to be an acceptable recoupment of our cost. There's some Medicare language that talks about some of the things. We can bill for whatever we want, but if we get into a position where we charge a lot more than the neighbor, they're gonna call the neighbor and not us.
Which is,
So,
So
from
we
a
haven't-
business plan might be somewhat amicable, but the problem is that now you're delaying care, and how it always works out is that the person that's gonna be negatively affected will somehow end up being a Vernon resident.
So I guess how I look at this too is, you know, we haven't seen a payment from the village of Waukesha in 4 years.
So we started with the agreement that we would share some services. They had a ladder truck, we didn't. When we first started this, it was not as frequent of an occurrence.
But
as-
we've had this agreement for 4 years, and we haven't seen a payment for 4 years.
Well, we have not had this agreement for 4 years.
Have we not?
No, this is a brand-new agreement that they've just signed. The previous agreement,
What was the previous agreement?
Same thing, except for they changed some.
Yeah, exactly. So the agreement's been in place, right?
Yeah, since Carl Fortner was the town chair.
we were not charging them for transports. It's this new agreement.
Why?
With the because it was what was worked out between the village presidents at the time.
How come we weren't aware of any of this? Because that's unacceptable in my opinion.
This was,
There's
this,
nothing on record
this
that,
was a long time ago. It was a handshake agreement that occurred.
Oh, come on. We
So-
can't be doing that.
So what we did is we went back after the direction of you guys, and we worked over the last several months to try to come up with a workable plan. What we presented, or what we worked out with them, was that for our intercept services, we charge the $450 like we do everyone else. If we transport in our ambulance, we bill the patient, which we have done. In the recent past, there have been several occurrences where we weren't billing the village of Waukesha per se, but we were billing the patient individually if we transported them. So that would realize a full trip charge versus just an intercept charge. So that was kind of how it kind of came to be. The agreement that they agreed to and they signed off a couple weeks ago essentially puts it in line with every other service that we have right now that we charge for the intercept fee. So if our paramedic gets on the ambulance, we charge them $450. And then once the agreement's signed by you guys, that process will be able to move forward where we will then, with the same billing company internally, we'll be able to charge them for that service. So as soon as it's approved by you guys, we can move forward with that. Prior to that,
We
we've
should,
been,
right now though, since we have the agreement, going forward, whether this new agreement is signed or not, we should be charging the village of Waukesha because that's the agreement that's in place currently.
we will start once we,
No, not this one. I mean, it would say we don't approve this one, right, for a month. If you do 2 intercepts this month, they need to be charged because that's the prior agreement. We have the form.
The prior agreement that was signed by both villages several years ago essentially said that if we did the intercept, we were going to bill for the trip charge with the patient. That's what we had with them originally.
Do we have that?
it's in one of your packages. I'm not voting on it.
But this change with charging for the intercept, the intercept fee was something that we introduced to them several months ago, went back and forth. I believe their legal counsel who nitpicked some of the things and kind of put some different formatting in a couple of the different things. But essentially, we were able to work out that it's the $450 that we charge. If we transport, obviously it's a full trip charge. So that's kind of what we worked out. That's what we have in place with everyone else right now. I agree that I think we get this in place, and then we will customarily be looking at increasing our fees as we start the budget process. I think that'd be a good time to have our billing company go and look at what everyone else is, because they can look at across the board throughout the whole state of Wisconsin. They can look at what other people are charging for those services and then come up with that customary fee. And I agree it should go up at some point. What it is, I don't know. I think if we just pick an arbitrary number, that might cause some challenges for us in terms of trying to work out something with our neighbors. They're obviously gonna probably be a little bit more resistance to that as well, but I think with good communication, I mean, everyone understands costs are going up. We just gotta figure out what that number is.
And you know, it's unfortunate, but our taxpayers pay for this level of care in our community, right? If other communities want that level of care, you know, their tax dollars should do that. So, it costs us a lot of money to have this level of care and take care of our residents, and I feel as if we need to charge accordingly. And, you know, $450 to me is not enough, and the language isn't right to me as far as I would like to see is if we leave the station, and you know, the communities might not like it, but if they don't like it, then they can, you know, there's other municipalities, or they can provide that level of care within their own community. And I think that's a fair, you know, $600, And if we leave, I mean, you guys gotta get ready, right? You fire up your engines, your ambulances.
Well,
you-
now, are we talking about, what are we talking about in terms of
Whatever you
leaving the
bring-
station? Because there's agreements in the county, we don't charge for mutual aid.
Not
Every-
mutual aid, I'm
every
talking
municipality.
paramedic intercept.
So paramedic intercepts are kind of a different.
That's
you
what
know-
that's
okay,
what we're talking about,
So just
yeah.
so we're on the same page.
Yep.
With that niche that we have with the paramedic stuff, we were one of the first ones to offer it in the county. And that process has been there forever. And actually, the number has been there for a very long time. 450's been there for a very long time.
Correct,
So
and I think it's time for a raise.
I totally agree. I would like to have the opportunity to sit down with the billing company to figure out what's a good number, not that we just arbitrarily pick something out of the air and then we have another municipality complaining that we're, looking to make money. We're not looking to make money. We're looking to provide service to, our community, also to our neighbors. There's a lot of times where our community members are in another community and we've actually taken care of our own people.
You get where I'm coming
Oh,
from, right?
absolutely, absolutely.
Just
Yep. Yeah.
to be clear,
I totally get, I totally get that fact. I think that, having a process established where we do look at everything and figure out what that number is, so that when whatever community it is says, well, why are you charging more money? We can say, well, here's the outlay. Here's our capital outlay over a 10-year period. Here's the cost for people. Here's the cost for fuel. All those different things, and that's a justifiable cost. And then they can understand that, and they do have the right to say, oh, we'll call someone else.
I would like to look at this prior agreement and, because I think if it does state in there 450, I think we'll have to ask the board, but I think we'd agree that we need to start charging immediately going forward.
Well, and like I said,
Whether we sign this or not.
right, so I think that looking at what we have to Village of Waukesha, it's in our best interest to get it approved on our side. So as an example, this week we had 2 different instances where we could charge for intercepts, and then we also had a transport. So we're gonna get the transport revenue, or the bill for the trip on that particular call. But we don't have that established contract. We really, legally, I don't think can bill them for that call. But I think moving forward, we're dead on. And we went back to looking at what we did with Waterford. We have agreements with technically still with Waterford, Tishigan, Big Bend, Village of Waukesha, East Troy. So we have a lot of different partners that we deal with that we'll have to eventually go back and, I guess, renegotiate or at least say, hey, here's what our charges are going to be, and see how it proceeds. I know that last year we did have an increase in our billing revenue, so that was a plus. We were $41,000 or $45,000, I think, above what we had originally budgeted. So the increased call volume has realized some additional revenue for the village, which is good.
All right. Explain these calls to me so I'm understanding them correctly. If it's just an ALS call, does that mean they responded and the level of care needs to be more than BLS, so they call Vernon?
So every call that comes to Waukesha County Communications is prioritized by emergency medical dispatcher. So the information that comes in is what they utilize to determine what response is needed based on if you say I'm having chest pain, they'll ask some questions, they will assign a code that's typically considered a higher priority code call, and then we would respond because that's considered what's under the county response plans for chest pain or cardiac. If you call and say you cut your finger, that's a lower priority call. That's just a BLS response. That doesn't necessitate a paramedic response. So calls are sent through a system where they're evaluated and they're given a code. So anything that's considered life-threatening or of an urgent matter gets a higher priority, and those are the calls that typically the paramedics are assigned to. Now, with that being said, a lot of times the information that dispatchers get is not accurate at all. There's a lot of times where we go to calls that are the sick person that sounds like it's a very low priority call and it's a heart attack. Or it sounds like it's a heart attack and it's vice versa. So there's a lot of challenges to that type of priority system. But typically we get sent on on a lot of those, where the dispatchers, based on the information they get, prioritize and send a paramedic to that call. Now, if the department we're going with gets there first and says, hey, this is not what it was, it's not a paramedic, they just cancel us and we turn around and we drive back. There are occasionally times we'll get there and we'll do an assessment and say it's not ALS, paramedic isn't needed. Does the BLS transport unit feel comfortable? They say yes, they do. Then we downgrade it to them and then they transport. If it's in paramedic needed call, then we'll jump on their ambulance and we'll go with them as an intercept.
All right, so if the call comes in where it sounds like an ALS, and you get there and it's ALS, and we do the transport, do we still charge Waukesha the additional fee, or is that all billed to the patient?
It's all
then?
covered in the trip charge.
Okay, so it's not, so
Right.
the only time the ALS charge would take place is if you respond and don't do the transport, or you're transporting with Waukesha or something.
If we put a paramedic on their ambulance, we will be charging them for the intercept fee, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then just to be clear, like the last 4 years, anytime you responded to a call in Waukesha and did the transport, we billed the patient
Yes.
directly, so there was no charge
Right.
to to Waukesha, so you won't see any income that way from
Right,
Waukesha.
right. It wasn't itemized, or I guess it wasn't itemized as an intercept fee.
No, so it says that in the event such invoice remains unpaid in whole or in part after 180 days, Vernon shall report unpaid amount to the Village of Waukesha, and the Village of Waukesha shall pay. So it has not, and I would assume that there's calls out there that haven't paid their full bill.
Nobody knows.
How do we can we get that information?
Well, first of all, what agreement are we looking at? The
This is
one
from
that we,
2001.
The one that's in
2001?
place right now, per se.
Yeah, that's in place. That
Yeah.
is a signed contract. We haven't signed the one that they sent.
Correct. So this is the
well,
one,
we sent it to them and then they sent it back.
No, they
No.
didn't contact us at all. They just sent us the contract on the blue.
I would,
That's, I made copies of from 2001. We haven't received anything. You have a copy of that?
Yep.
And the other one was in your board packet?
yep.
yeah, that's 'cause
So we should have received,
Well-
something over the past 4 years from the village.
we were
Well,
billing.
not only the
no,
village, that's the problem.
billing
We don't know-
Anybody.
We don't know
Anybody. Yeah,
if
anybody.
it's not being collected
So
by our billing company and saying, what's outstanding? I mean, they're supposed to submit this stuff, so we don't know.
I think our agreement with Big Bend is different, because I'm pretty sure that one says 450.
It does.
It's a standard.
It's a standard contract.
So,
And
so
that's-
we have received that, have we not? We've
Yes.
received a payment from them, the minimal times we're there, do the paramedic intercept there.
Right.
But this one's worded different.
Yeah,
Waukesha.
see, I'm questioning more the
And there's
insurance
no numbers on
billing.
this one.
If they're not getting payment,
So,
does it get dropped by the wayside?
so we charge the patient, and if the patient's not paying, it's supposed to go to Waukesha, and Waukesha's supposed to pay us the remainder.
That's what I'm questioning.
And we
if
haven't-
that is getting dropped by our billing company where they're not forwarding that information to Waukesha or,
Yeah.
We've had two separate billing companies through the duration of this contract.
So are we gonna have to go through them and figure it out, or do we
The
just
one
kinda,
doesn't exist anymore.
do we change it now and try to?
I remember the old one, we used to get statements saying outstanding balances due, or if they're trying to collect, it would go to collection.
thought
But then
we
we switched to this other one, and I haven't seen anything like
They
that
send
with
a,
them.
They have the outstanding, don't they?
But not what's being sent to collection or anything.
they run a report every month, so I don't know what exactly,
I think it says outstanding, but I don't know
EMC does.
what's going
Right.
to the county or
Right,
something,
but
or,
Can they allocate it,
so,
That's a good, I mean, that's.
yeah.
Those-
Is this over 100 days? Was it in Big Bend, Or, well, I guess this contract would be Waukesha.
Right.
Because that's what this one
Well,
says.
and actually, like you pointed out, that this contract was different than what we had with all the others.
Yeah.
Because of what back in the day was agreed upon, in terms of sharing some of those services. So that was that's kind of how it happened. Now, I don't know, in terms of what was billed to the patient versus what was collected. I don't know, that's something that we'd have to talk with our representative to figure out if she can somehow itemize that, to figure it out. But I think moving forward, for sure, what I'd like to see is us at least get this part of it done so that we have that billing part, so it's secured, so to speak, that we have the intercept fees in place, we know moving forward, and then we can work on figuring out the past and how we can figure out what was done, if it was done properly or not. I don't know who technically was responsible, if that was the Village of Waukesha or Village of Vernon administrative responsibility, I'm not sure, because we weren't really involved in that.
What is McGuanago's intercept number?
I'm 540 something, it's a really odd number,
Okay.
What they're doing, I believe, is they're going up by percentage.
by
every year.
percentage every
Okay.
year, so we could probably look at that too. And at the minimum, I would think we would want to mirror them to say, hey,
So I can't, this is me speaking in good faith, vote for this contract to approve it for the simple fact that I don't agree with the 450, nor do I agree with the language. And that's just my personal feeling on it. I think there is a standard, but sometimes standards need to be changed, especially with how much we do and how much it costs us to do it. And that's just my feeling on it.
Well, I think we gotta get this contract signed so we can collect the billing for the intercept, and then start working on a new contract.
We can change the language right now in it.
No, but then we have to go to Waukesha, and that would take another month before they'd approve it. And so we go this whole time without receiving any,
We'll start getting 450
Well,
now.
you wouldn't provide them with the service if they didn't accept it. I mean, that's our fee, you know,
well, but in the meantime, we don't have a contract in place.
well, we have
Yeah, you have
this
you have
one.
a signed contract in place.
Yeah.
Since 2001, that's a signed contract between the
there's no
village.
numbers on it.
Well, it's a signed contract between the
Yeah,
village.
it's a
and-
contract, which we should have collected probably quite a bit of money over the past 4 years from the Village of Waukesha, and we haven't seen a dime, so we gotta figure that out.
Well, to say we haven't seen a dime, I think that we have to look at what we bill the patients.
We
to
haven't
figure out
seen $1 from the Village of Waukesha.
as an intercept fee, because we had no
Yeah.
ability to
Well,
bill that
they
way.
haven't paid us for the patients not paying over 180 days either.
Yeah, but we don't
So-
know we have no idea what that is. That could be,
Yeah.
in theory, it could be zero,
Because
it could be 100%, I don't know.
A board member in Waukesha approached me and told me, because I've expressed my feelings on this, and he said, "You're 100% right. I agree with you. This isn't right. We haven't paid you anything, and that is wrong." So I take that into consideration as, you
Well,
know.
I guess my
we
question
think
would be,
about
number one,
this.
who's that board member? Because I think that discussion probably should fall within the confines of you guys in terms of a elected body. And I think he's somewhat misleading because he has probably no concept or any idea of I don't have right now to tell you how the billing occurred for any of these calls. I'd be speculating, that'd be wrong. That's why I would want to,
Well, how is it wrong? But what I'm getting at is,
well, because he's saying you haven't
we have.
haven't billed anything,
but-
and we have billed the patients. We have billed
You're
patients.
not understanding. Village of Waukesha, we have not received any money from them. And we are, by this old agreement that's still in place, we would receive money from them if their patient didn't pay. And now you're telling me in 4 years,
The only way we would receive money is if if they
Patient-
defaulted.
exact 180
And
days.
no one is monitoring that. And how could we? We don't know, none of us know when the
So-
person puts the thing in nobody's telling us, hey, this is a
There-
mutual aid call or
Yeah,
whatever you call it.
is there anything that, when they put this agreement in place, how they would collect this? Or how they would figure this out? I am not-
No, there was no discussion on that.
Well, I don't know. Carl Fortner was the president, and you were the clerk then.
But once again, do you see anything in
There's no numbers.
Well, the numbers stipulate that if a
It-
call comes in,
180
it's
days.
not identified to either community when you're responding to a person in the Village of Waukesha, or if it's a Village of Waukesha person on the freeway. We don't, I'm sure Waukesha doesn't have any information of what the call is. The issue is whenever they went, we would get the money. They changed their fees to match our fees, so they would be concurrent, but it's not being monitored.
Okay. Can we,
And there, just to remind the board, there's absolutely no legal review of what they sent to us. And signing a contract without having legal review of it is, there's a legal review of this one, I attached it to your,
Yeah.
if I was a board member, I would not sign a contract without having legal review.
Well, wasn't
And
this
they
the
sh-
same contract with all the other communities? Wasn't it reviewed at some point?
This
Yes,
was,
by
this, I
Macy.
attached the legal review, there's no
Yes.
legal review.
No, but the one currently with Waukesha is the same one we have for Big Bend, McQuonigo.
It's
No,
different.
No, I
It's
just
different.
emailed you, it's totally different.
Contracts.
And we did have legal reviews of all those. There's no legal review, now maybe Waukesha has one, I can ask Chris tomorrow if they have a legal review, but the attorney has to do a disclaimer, cause that law firm represents both of us.
Because
And they have to get both of our permissions to review something for both of us, cause they represent both clients.
the other municipalities have that $450 intercept fee. This one doesn't. It just states.
No, this one doesn't, but the
No,
one,
but Big Bend, Waterford,
but
they
I'm,
do.
but I'm saying that one is one Waukesha just signed. And they're waiting for us to
are,
sign.
are they
Yes, they're
identical?
identical,
Those are identical.
yes.
I didn't review with Waukesha's at all, because I would assume you would send it to an attorney first. It's not had any legal review whatsoever.
It has with the previous ones. Macy went through all of them in the
The
previous.
the document the Village of Waukesha sent to us out of the blue, they didn't talk to any of us, they sent us a contract. You didn't get any call from them about a new.
No.
No one had any, all of a sudden they sent a contract through the chief, changes without even talking to us.
I'm
And
sure
that-
their board didn't even know until it showed up on their agenda one day.
And we
So-
have no legal review of that document. And they also have to have our permission. When a law firm represents both communities, they have to do a disclaimer to get both communities to agree to the legal review, because they have to represent both clients.
So why didn't they call you then?
Once again, no one, all of a sudden, the Village of Waukesha sent a contract to us. There was no discussion. They sent it out of the blue. I had no discussion. Jeff, you had no discussion. Nobody knows even why they sent it to us.
Did they even have legal review on theirs?
I have no idea. They have
They
an.
may not have had it.
They did.
Otherwise a lawyer, huh?
They did. I spoke with their chief and they had what they ended up changing was a little bit of the formatting on how it was.
Well, I'd have an
listed.
issue with that, because
Yeah.
that law firm represents us too. How can they review a document for the Village of Waukesha when that law firm's, and I will be on the phone tomorrow, that's unbelievable.
So, but the contract we have with the other communities,
Yes.
Big Bend, McQuonigo, was that legal reviewed?
Yes,
Okay, and that contract is not the same as this current one with Waukesha?
I can't answer that, I didn't review the agreement that Waukesha just sent.
You would have to,
Last
word for word, and I don't.
Yeah, I was under the assumption it was the
They're-
same.
They were all cut and paste. We used a template on all of them, so it's,
I
the
don't feel-
parameters are the same. The $450 for the intercept, transfer fee is all the same. Those were all cut and paste through the years as we added, like, I think one of the ones we did before this was probably Wales Genesee was back in like 2016, 17, something like that, that we just basically took the existing template we had, changed the name of the organization and went through everything that way and then submitted it and then it was approved by both boards.
See, my problem is we gotta get something in place and then start working on a new one, cause we need some changes in it. And change it with all the other communities too, raise the rates and
Yeah,
kinda clarify more about,
I just don't wanna lose the revenue now
yeah.
over, if we do an intercept.
they're, yeah.
Cause yeah, this one doesn't cover anything about intercept, just
Well,
talks about the billing
I
of the
mean,
patient, and if it doesn't respond, if they don't pay, then Waukesha's on the hook for it.
What they're saying is, sign the
I
contract
know
now,
what they're
they'll go
saying.
$450, then they'll renegotiate the price.
And
Yeah,
also about if we respond
Right.
with
once you
further
You
sign,
get paid
transport.
now.
once you sign this contract, can you change the contract?
Yeah, there's
What-
language in.
What I'm getting at is I understand you're gonna collect now, but if we don't sign the contract, we change the language, we don't provide paramedic intercept, they have to call another community. That's what I'm getting at, is I would like to see the language changed right now, and if they don't accept it, then they can call McGuanago for paramedic intercept, not us. And we won't provide paramedic intercept until they sign the contract.
You won't get the language done right away. It'll take a month or two.
That's fine.
So no intercepts until then.
We don't get
They
them,
wanna
we don't
get-
get them,
They wanna get paid for 450 the next month or two, then they'll redo the contract.
can we do that?
I wouldn't answer any of these
trying to-
questions unless you have an attorney.
I don't feel comfortable.
I'm
Doing
just
it
looking
so-
at the, if I can find where we can, what cancels the contract.
I don't believe in going into a contract without knowing if we can get out of it, if we can change it, and it has no legal review.
Well, if we're not getting paid for it now, right? Is that what you're saying? We're not getting paid for it now?
Yeah.
So just change the language and then we'll
Sa-
start getting paid for it? That's what you wanna do, you wanna change the language,
Yep,
but we're not being paid for the intercepts right now.
no.
And we aren't gonna get paid for it until
But-
we
but-
sign some papers.
But okay, so you're okay with signing a contract without legal review?
No, I'd want.
That going off some-
She's gonna find out tomorrow if that's legal.
So we couldn't even prove it, it would have to be what, tabled until it's reviewed by legal?
I've never heard of a law firm that represents both communities
Yeah.
that doesn't ask the other community, or both communities, do you mind if we review both these contracts for both of you? That's not done. And when the chief said he talked to their chief and their attorneys all, I am going to call the law firm because
Right.
we also pay the same amount of wages that they do. And why are they looking at a contract for the Village of Waukesha when we also have them on retainer as our law firm? That's not right. That is not right.
Doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, so I don't feel
Well, you-
comfortable signing anything or approving anything until we figure this out.
Do we wanna,
It says it may be terminated at any time with 120 days written notice by any of the parties that have entered in this agreement.
So,
So you got 3 months
so
that
you
you're,
can get, so you can get out of it in 3 months, but we'll be paid the 450 until then. I mean, it's,
Yeah,
I
right.
understand, you got something to say in this too. But do you want them to start getting paid now and then have the contract negotiated?
Well, the chief said we're already getting paid.
I didn't say that. I said we're billing the patient.
They're
For-
billing the
Isn't that the
patient.
same thing?
No.
we're not getting the
So
four fifty.
you're gonna bill the patient and charge the Village of Waukesha $450, is that what you're saying?
No. We, right now, if we do an intercept, we do not have the ability contractually to bill for that intercept,
450,
$450.
okay.
Right.
But if we sign the contract and then it is approved, we have that ability starting today to be able to do that. And then moving forward, we come back and we renegotiate the rates and make sure everything's in line as how it should be. But it gives us some time that while we're doing that, we're not gonna rush through it and do it incorrectly, but we're also gonna be able to generate some revenue to offset our costs. That's how I kinda look at it.
And then we
And
have,
then if we don't like it, you get out of it in 120 days, you say effective immediately, we're out in 120 days by written notice, and it's done.
And we would only get the $450 if we transport. The problem
No,
is, and you
no.
heard,
No, no.
well, that's what it just says right here, for the
Yeah,
patient
it's only
treated,
if you transport or render care, right?
yeah.
If we put a paramedic on their ambulance and transport, that's the intercept, that's what the definition of an intercept is.
I agree.
So then
But
we
if
would
they
bill
take,
for the
if you come
450.
and help them out and they take them, we get nothing.
But if it's an ALS call and our paramedic's going, we're going with them.
That's when we build the four
That's
fifty.
when we bill the 450.
that's, it says in the Village of Waukesha ambulance to the
Yes.
hospital. It's not our ambulance.
Yes,
That's
if we,
what
if
the
they go in
But it's
our,
our paramedic, right?
right, but if they go in our bus, then we do a full trip charge, so we charge the full.
So if our paramedic goes on the ambulance to the hospital on Waukesha's ambulance, we get 450.
Yes, sir.
If we transport them in our ambulance with our paramedic, we get 450 plus.
No,
No.
We just
bill
get
for
the
full,
we just bill the
the
trip
full
charge.
trip charge, which is about probably $2,000.
2,000.
How many times has our paramedics gone to the hospital in a Village of Waukesha ambulance?
I wouldn't have a number for you, I mean,
We did this weekend,
Hundreds?
correct?
Well, you did twice this last,
we did twice this week, and we transported
Yeah.
one of theirs. We also did intercept with Big Ben this week, so we've done 3 intercepts that are billable this week.
This week.
Yeah, so it's,
So now that I know that there's those, I can watch and see what happens, because we have no idea.
Because we don't have the contract in place to bill for the intersection.
We have,
Right
but we
now,
have a
right now
contract
we do.
now.
Right now we do. So right now, this contract is in place, so
I
it
understand that, but there's no numbers on there.
doesn't matter, we would, your trip, your
Okay,
$2,000, you
sure.
bill the customer, or the person, the bill, $2,000. They only pay 1,000. If they don't pay that other 1,000 within 180 days, it gets sent to the Village of Waukesha. Village of Waukesha compensates the Village of Vernon for $1,000. So right now, this contract in place, that's what should have been going on for the past 4 years. Not the $450, but
The trip charge, yes,
the trip charge.
And the services rendered.
And the yeah.
right.
So right now, those 3 intercepts or whatever, however many you did this year so far in Village of Waukesha, this contract is still in place. So we need to monitor at least those trips, or any ones that you know of from the Village of Waukesha. We need to monitor those to make sure that they're paying. Otherwise, we can bill Waukesha even if we sign this new contract, because that happened while this one was still in place.
Yeah. My understanding.
All right.
That's fine. So fight for what you want.
Well, I mean, do we, are they identical? I don't like, I was told since I was growing up, never sign anything until you,
That's true.
so, I don't know. It's a tough one.
I get exactly where you're coming from, Jay. I totally get the fact that
So do I.
it's one of those things that we want to make sure that we have the best interest of the village as our priority. And the way I look at it is that if we can generate some revenue, our people are there no matter what. So we're paying a set cost for our fire and EMS protection. If we can generate some revenue and provide a good service to our area community and to our people, and then also create some revenue to help offset our operational costs, then that's a plus around the board. If we have to sit down with all of our surrounding communities and look at that number, then we do that. But I'd like to do that in a justifiable way, that when we have to have a discussion with someone to say, hey, we need to raise our rates a little bit. Here's why. It's a justifiable number. It'd be like someone coming to us and saying, hey, we're gonna charge you $1,000 to do something. And you're like, well, why? I wanna be able to have that laid out accurately to say, okay, here's what our costs are. You know, cost of a new ambulance is $500,000 over, it's a 15-year service life. Monitors, $50,000. Drugs are now more expensive, you know, all those different things. So I wanna be able to at least put that in a package that shows that, you know, we're not just grabbing for money. We're trying to just offset our costs.
Yeah, right, trying to cover your costs.
So
And I know that the attorney made a big deal about that a while back, about how we had to make sure that we weren't charging too much. If you remember that with Macy.
I would like to suggest then, if this is gonna get approved, to change it to at least what McGuanago is at, and then send it back. They're the only other one in the area. I'm sure that the Village of Waukesha isn't gonna deny it based on, you know, $100 difference and competing with McGuanago. So that's my feeling. I think changing the number isn't a big deal. If it's gonna get approved anyway, I would change the number to $550.
Yeah, I was looking at this old contract, there's just no numbers in there.
No, it's just that whole
It's-
trip charge
You know,
thing.
they reimburse us for any supplies we use, and the patient's supposed to pay, and if they don't, we gotta submit the bill to Waukesha, which
Yeah.
we don't know if they pay or not, yeah. So we're missing out on money by not having the new contract in place, but we gotta,
What do you think about change, cause we can change the number to $550. If it's gonna get,
Do you think because you say $450 in that, will they accept it right away?
they would have to wait till their board meeting, right?
yeah,
When is their board meeting?
They meet once a month, right?
I do not know.
But we're still
But
gonna
I
have.
think this is something we have to do with all of our contracts if you do that with Village of
We got-
Waukesha.
we gotta
Yeah,
change
now we
them all.
created
Now we
an
Now
gotta
you
go
gotta
Big
do all
Bend
of them.
and-
We
from
can,
50.
we can change it for everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just starting.
Yeah.
It's a start.
no,
you know?
but I think if we're gonna change it, I'd like to see it happen that we do it across the board with everyone at the same time, not that we, because what I don't wanna have one community feel like, oh, you're picking on me versus them, or you're taking advantage of me versus them.
Well, you just let them know it's coming.
Well, but you know what? I totally agree that they're already gonna know it's coming because people are obviously gonna be talking about it. But I think that if we're gonna do that, and I think we should do that, we need to make sure we do our due diligence to make sure that that cost is, because you know what? What if we get to a number that is more than what that is?
Right,
Now-
more than 550. What
you
if we
know,
need
so-
625?
Right, so I
You
would.
don't wanna sandwich yourself in, you're gonna.
I would like the opportunity to be able to secure this contract, make sure that we get some revenue coming in, and then look at it as a whole. We have a new budget process that's gonna be starting as we start with the summer, but start working on it now with our billing company to say, what is a fair and customary charge that we can charge for these intercepts, so that we're not way out of line and we're not under where we should be, because you know, I don't know what the mechanism was that McGuanago used. I don't know if they just used an arbitrary number of X% per year to go up, or if they had that, somehow they came up with a way, and that's some of the discussions we'll have with McGuanago, as to what are you charging, why are you charging that, and figure out how they came to that, so we can utilize that as part of our way to evaluate what we wanna do and how we wanna charge.
I'd also like to see the contract change where if we respond on a call, we do the transport.
Yeah? I
You
mean,
know, so there's some other
something more.
something other, there's more changes in there besides just the dollar amount
yeah.
that we need to work on.
I know that
So,
that's
but
a
it's
tough
good-
one with leaving the station, but
It's two different rigs.
Yeah,
You know,
what?
there's an intercept rig for an intercept, and there's
An
an
ambulance.
ALS unit, an
Right.
ambulance with a transport rig. If we're going in as an intercept,
We take the Tahoe.
we take the Tahoe.
that's with your paramedic, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you take the ambulance, still with your paramedic, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying too, if we would have to respond to a call that they aren't staffed at that time,
Then we take the
Then we
trip.
take the.
they would take the trip. Well, I don't wanna see them get there 20 minutes later, oh, we got it now, you know, and
But you guys would have them loaded in your ambulance before.
Sometimes.
And
But-
then you get the trip charge. right?
Yes, but there are times where if it's like, and again, this is not to, but if we have a call that is a very low priority, I cut my finger. We do not need to tie up in a paramedic ambulance to take someone to the hospital with a cut finger. That can be downgraded to that BLS ambulance that can transport that. So there are times we're gonna do that and say, hey, you know what? We're waiting for an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes for them because it's a cut finger, or it's something that is not, doesn't really need to go. Or we've had several occurrences where we tell them, hey, this is not an ALS transport, we leave, and then they end up not even transporting. So, but then they take care of that on their side of the fence. So it's one of those things, there's a lot of moving parts to what we do, in terms of providing intercept services to different communities. You know, it's one of those things that some communities in the past have looked at it as a way to generate revenue. Some of those departments have progressed to not doing them anymore for whatever reason. And when we started this, there was a lot less paramedic services in the county. Right now, there's only a couple communities that don't have their own paramedic level service. So that's kind of created some of the changes as well. So, but I think looking at it and coming up with a good respectable number that makes sense, is justified, will take a little bit of time to do, in terms of working with the billing company and then making sure that we're all on the same page. And then having good communication with all of our partners to say, hey, here's what we're gonna charge, and this is why we're gonna charge, and this is nothing outside of what's customarily being charged by our neighbors.
I didn't see where it said 120 days in this contract. It said year review, but I couldn't see the 120. Do you know where you,
Are you talking about the new one or the old
the
one?
new one?
The new one, I think it's 90 days.
Did I miss it? I thought, I saw something about a year.
Or no, maybe it was 30 days.
Nope, pay all the 30 days to pay the
Yes.
fees. But to get out of the contract,
120.
11.
11?
And for the board members, I'm gonna send you, the Village of Big Bend was signed in 2012. I'm gonna show you the budget of what our fire department was in 2012 versus 2025.
Yeah,
And if you
it's
don't
gonna be
think
a
that
huge
deserves an increase, you're crazy.
Yeah.
2012 is 400.
Yeah, I would like to get working on this, right away, if we can.
Well, we'll start tonight with an email. I'll send an email to our billing representative and say, hey, we need to, here's an outline of what we need to accomplish and how do we do it? And start with her and see, cause she's the expert with the
Yeah.
billing part of it.
You know, maybe built in a yearly percentage increase too, so it's not stagnant at that amount for,
And I think that's
Another
why
10 years.
McWanago has such a
Weird numbers,
number.
yeah.
Sure, it goes
Because
by a certain
percentage?
percentage
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah.
You can look at that too,
I
see if that's
agree.
worthwhile being in the
Yes.
contract too.
Yes, yeah, moving forward, I agree. I think that sets an expectation for everyone that you know that, I mean, if it goes up X amount of percent every year, you know that's what it's gonna be. And you can outline that for the next 10 years.
And the other reason you sign it now, is so you can get it going, is you think it takes 30 days, but it might be 90 or 120 days before someone agrees with something. We're gonna lose 3-4 months of the
Revenue.
revenue.
We've lost it for 5 years.
Well, let's
So
stop.
I
Stop losing.
know. It just bothers me that there's no legal review, and we're banking on just somebody saying that it was copy and pasted. I mean, do we do
well,
that?
I'm looking at this within the next 6 months, we'll have a new contract.
I hope it's like in the next,
Well,
2
I'm
months.
just, well, we gotta give them 3 months' notice.
Well, that-
So, yeah, so.
And we have a contract ready with, fairly quickly here, and we give them, I would like to see us give them a 30-day or a 90-day notice, next board meeting approve that, Terminate it as soon as we can with the new contract, is what I'm getting at.
Oh, you replace it.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, replace it as soon as possible. I would like to see it replaced like in the next month and 2 months,
No, we
Yeah.
can try that, we can try to get it done, because the only trouble is you get to it and it's 90 days is about run out. You can probably just extend it then for 30 days if you needed it, right?
Yeah, well, we're not gonna.
No,
No,
you don't
I'm
know.
just saying,
If
you
you're
don't
right,
want
you're
to,
almost
you
there
don't
because
wanna-
it does.
Yeah.
Cause it also has to go out to all the communities.
Right.
We're not just changing one community's
You're
contract.
gonna
we're
try to
change
do
them
all this at one time, everybody.
Yeah. Be one contract.
Same contract.
Same
so-
contract for
Same
everyone, not
contract.
this.
Different names, different
Different titles, yeah, different names.
No.
That's shocking that this is a different than every other.
Yeah, it is a
So-
little bit, but
It's a little concerning.
maybe we can clean it up and do something professional now,
Yeah,
okay?
all right. Made me feel better.
I'm a diplomat, I guess, but. Well, do we need a motion?
Yeah, well, do you wanna approve this one, authorize me to sign it, and then we'll start working on a new one?
Can I say one more thing?
Sure, we're still discussion.
Okay. Can we do it contingent on it is word for word, just to make me feel better? Is there a way we could like copy and paste this thing, both of them, and can somebody see that it is word for word? We're not signing something that's not. Or am I being kinda,
Contingent on what?
like, it's the same agreement as we have with Big Bend?
That's easy.
Okay. Can we do that? Is that,
Sure, why not?
Sure.
What if it's not? Word for word. If it's not word for word, what
You
then?
could have a few words, just here, ofs and stuff.
There may be a difference with the
Isn't-
timeframe on paying. I
Yeah.
believe we were a little bit more aggressive with the Village of Waukesha in terms of the 30 days versus I think it was 90 days
For Big Ben.
from Big Bend. And not that Big Bend doesn't pay their bills, it's just that
No.
that was one of the first
No,
ones
but-
we did.
But once you get to the point where you're gonna have a contract, same contract with everybody.
Right.
Everybody has the same contract. Then we can work all that stuff out.
30 days for,
yep, 30 days.
30 days.
I would
30
feel,
for Big Bend?
All right,
I would feel comfortable
all
with
right.
that, but if it's word for word, word for word, I don't know how to go about that though. Obviously,
Neither do I.
I know.
Verbatim,
Verbatim.
verbatim,
Verbatim.
exact.
Yeah.
All right, you wanna make the motion, Jim?
I'll make a motion to approve the new contract as long as it's verbatim with Big Bend and, who do we have, Waterford?
And other
Tishigan.
communities.
Tishigan, other communities.
Yeah.
All other communities? Or are you delineating?
Let's just say Big Bend, make it simple so that, right, is that,
Those are our two primary.
okay,
Yeah.
Big Bend.
With the intention of doing a new contract.
As soon as, yep, as soon as possible. Hopefully have something by the next board meeting.
Oh, that's a little
Easy, easy.
just a wee
No,
bit.
but we will start working on it right away because it's something that I think is,
Overdue.
it's overdue, but also it's gonna be a lot of work in terms of trying to come up with that number that will make sense. You
It'll
know,
probably take billing a month to get back to you when you.
well, our representative is very responsive, she's very good. But there's a lot of data there, and there's a lot of, you know, if we wanna start looking at doing comparisons of what other people do, you know, our main comparable is gonna be the village of Mawanago. So that's, you know, that's gonna be one of those things, and I'm gonna have a discussion with their chief to figure out what his philosophy is, or what their thought is moving forward, so that we're kind of on the same page, so we're not $50 cheaper than they are, or vice versa, and now we get people shopping around and saying, well, this year we're gonna call these guys, next year we're gonna call this, cause that operationally does nothing but cause problems.
Right.
Okay.
All right, I'll second the motion. Is there any more discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Do you have any questions on your, here, you got any questions on the report?
No.
Did you like the format a little bit? We're working on it, cause we've switched our
Mr.
RMS
President,
stuff.
you need to do a deviation on the agenda to bring up this item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys go to deviation and do the fire department's report this time?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Any questions on it?
No.
We're trying to format it in a little bit of a better way. We've gone a new, records management system.
Yeah.
So we're able to hopefully pull out some different data points that'll help, kind of explain some stuff. So, give us some feedback, please, on what you do or don't like about the report. You know, I mean, I've seen some stuff on social media, people they can't even understand or how to follow it, because they think we have 75 people and we don't. We're authorized up to a certain number, but we try to show what we have in terms of, actual numbers. But we're trying to break it down so it's a little bit more detailed for you guys.
I'll look it over. I'll
You
let
didn't look
know.
at it yet?
Huh? I looked, I
Oh, okay.
went
I'm
through it,
just
but I blew through it.
Right.
Because we've got 170 pages
know.
of stuff.
I know.
So, I'll take a good look at it then.
We just want it to be information that's helpful to you guys.
Sure.
And that it makes sense, because in the past, I've seen a lot of reports where you look at them, you're like, there's a lot of data that really doesn't matter.
Do we wanna start, tracking and which calls are ALS from the different, so that we
Well,
know?
actually, if you look at it, it kind of breaks it down like that a little bit. We've always broken down our calls to intercepts and mutual aid and stuff.
Yep, but to where they're going, so we
Well,
can see if we're getting paid.
If you
now.
look at the report now, it breaks it down by community with
But that's
20 different
intercept
communities.
and mutual aid, right?
Yes, I think it breaks them both in there, so,
Together.
yes.
no, there's separate lines.
No, there's,
They're separate
Yeah,
lines?
Yeah, same report, separate lines.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
cool, thank you, appreciate the input.
All
You
right,
bet, Al.
thank
Start
you.
working
Thank
on
you.
it.
Thank you. All right.
Guys have a good night.
And only one other thing, should we tell them about the boat?
Can we go across the, is that part of the report? Can we
Part of
get
the
away with that,
Part of your
Karen?
fire department report?
Karen,
Yes, yes.
can we just bring something up quickly?
Sure.
So we're gonna be putting out an official press release, but we were awarded a grant from Firehouse Subs that we applied for earlier in the year for a new rescue boat for the river,
Oh, yeah.
to the tune of about $35,000. So that is an award that we were just notified of earlier, that the boat has been awarded to us, so it's in the process of being worked on right now by a company up in Wisconsin, in Galesville, Wisconsin. And they've already, I believe, have transferred the money to the account, correct, Karen? Did we get, I think we got a transfer for the full amount of the boat.
Don't you have
So-
a boat now, though, right?
We do, but our plan will be to, it really doesn't work well for what we
It
are
doesn't go up the
utilizing it
river.
now. The
So
river
it
has just
doesn't,
changed
okay.
so much now.
Yeah.
It's so shallow and it's so weedy, we can't get through, and we've had several calls where we couldn't respond to calls, so, we put in for the grant. It was a 3-year process, and, thankfully, and we're very humbled by, the generosity of Firehouse Subs,
Yeah.
that we're able to be awarded this, and it's a huge
Congratulations.
benefit
Yes.
to the community and to the
Yeah.
department, so.
Good
Are we
job.
selling the other boat then, the old one?
I think that'll be the plan. We'll look at, we don't really have a need to have 2 boats, obviously.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a little older. It's almost 30 years old now, so it was bought as surplus, but we'll probably put it on Wisconsin surplus and see what we can get for it.
Sounds good.
Very
Good
good.
Yeah, this motor on the new boat will take us through a couple of inches,
Of mud,
Oh, well,
Muck?
and we'll
Yeah.
get through mud with it.
so. When it gets warm, we'll give you guys a ride.
One
sounds
way.
good.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
Good
You
night.
too.
Moving on to the police service contract is sent to interested communities for police service. I had a couple of questions on it. First one would be 3D. Vernon pays for mileage and vehicle reimbursement for the use of the vehicle.
This is an example for you to put whatever you want in it.
Yeah, so it was, I would rather just see a set fee for police vehicle versus, built into their price they're gonna quote us, not
That is part of the whole package.
yeah.
So here's
You
the
pro- you pro-
policeman,
you
here's
provide-
the car.
Yeah, you provide the car.
Yeah, okay.
'Cause, just,
You wanna get a Mercedes police car?
no. And then the next line too, the assess the yearly charge for
Did you want to give
equipment.
me that amount? So, you said you wanted to put a price in
Well,
it?
I'm thinking whatever they're proposing should include the cost of a car.
Correct.
It's separated out.
I'm looking at a total cost, not saying, okay, but this costs here, but then you gotta pay for our mileage each month, well, or it's
Yeah, it's
additional.
just, if it costs us 10,000 a month, you want it included in the,
Well, they should be able to
Figure it,
estimate,
yeah.
okay, a car for this amount of years is gonna be this, here's the cost.
Well, if you're gonna be negotiating with other communities, don't you wanna take at least an example for you two to work it out and then bring it back to because you don't know what one community is gonna offer, you don't know what,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean,
it's-
all this
What's the-
is a template for you, for
What-
whoever's going to that community.
I don't know how police works. Do they go off the IRS standard at whatever it is, 59 cents a mile? What do they,
It
I don't
depends
know.
it depends on whatever you negotiate.
Yeah.
what's standard?
I don't think there is a standard. Waukesha, it's usually, the only I'd have to search around, but counties do, enforcement for local municipalities, but I could check around.
Can you see do you know how much we get charged with Waukesha
Yeah, that's,
County?
yeah, I'll email it to you right now. Everything's broken
Or
down.
can we just word it where the municipality will provide patrol car and equipment needed to provide service?
Go with the best bid? I don't know.
That's just one thing I was kinda questioning there.
It's kind of hard to put a number on that.
Well, I mean, when you're gonna bid something out, you're gonna kinda figure out all that, aren't you, where this is?
did, right?
Yeah, well,
So we'll get 3 bids from 3 municipalities and they all have it figured.
No, you don't do RFPs. This is just something you sit down with another community, talk about what the terms are between, you get an agreement with different and then in closed session, you look at all 3 of those. You have to go to the individual communities to see what they're gonna offer. So you'd have to sit down with, I'm assuming Muskego's sending us one, I'm pretty sure McGuanago's sending us one, I know Big Bend's sending, so somebody's gonna have to sit down and see what they might have an agreement for you to look at right now. But you asked me to take the sheriff's department
Yeah.
and do a template, that's all this is
Yeah.
I can't put terms in, I don't know what you guys are gonna agree to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with who'll provide workspace location. We don't have room in the
Fire department.
fire station to provide workspace for
They
them.
come to the village hall, just so you know. I mean, they have the closet over at the fire department, but if they do come here.
Do we have room here?
Yeah, they go in the assessor's office, the building
Okay.
inspector's office.
And then my other question was, I think this states a 3-year contract.
That's a good point you want to talk to the board about, is how long you'd want a contract to
Yeah.
go.
Well, it's a,
Sure, if we did 5 and then we just did 1 year this year. So I think the 5 years of life expectancy of a car.
Is it cheaper going 5? No.
I don't know.
No.
But yeah, but I know, remember Macy always saying you never want to be in a contract longer than 3 years too.
yeah,
So,
Should we stick with 3?
you know, it's just a negotiating
3 would be
point, I guess,
reasonable.
you know, so.
you could say, we're looking for a 3-year contract. Unless you specify something different. So if someone wants to
Yeah.
give us a 5-year, but it's less money, we'll see, okay? So that kind
That's
of
what I
leaves
was
it,
getting
kind of
at.
leaves it
Yeah.
open.
So those are my only things that stood out to me in this contract right
Yeah.
now, or I don't know how you guys want to word it or change it, or,
Yeah.
For all you might be getting something from them, from those communities,
Sure.
but at least this gives you something to think about and talk
Does.
about.
start with.
Right.
If I was a community offering you service, I would tell you what my terms are. But we'll see what
That's-
happens.
Some of that's kind of hard, though. What do you?
Well, I'm sure they know what I'm sure they know what they're doing.
I know. Well, what do you put for? I don't know. Mileage. That's a tricky one. Can you send that the Waukesha County one?
It was in the packet
Was
a
it?
while back.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. I think it
yeah. So I could get. So we could.
What you want to see with the county too is the addendums that delineate and that's what they're gonna look at too, when total cost. Like we should look at with our ALS agreement, and then total from 2012 to 2020, 25, and it's still $450. And if the money did not come to the bank, just so you know, that I just checked with the bank,
Okay.
just so you know, the money didn't come.
Yeah, I would think we could bind 3D and E together where it was kind of a one total cost, or, you know, I don't wanna, I'm saying, hey, we're going over our mileage fee this month, sit and give out some more tickets, or, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of a little bit more than what we know
Yeah, I mean,
to start putting numbers and
Yeah.
and
And you have citations, you have overtime, you have a lot of things that aren't even listed that you're gonna have to talk about.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think if we just send this out saying, hey, this is just our best guess right now.
I don't. Do we have to send something?
No, what communities are, just so you know what the communities are doing now is they're gonna send you something.
I think we should just. Can we wait and see what
Oh,
they
yeah.
send us? I think that would be a better option to wait and
Well,
see what we
they were
get.
asking, I know Muskego was asking, okay, how many days, hours, you know, they were asking
Oh, that
basic
general information.
Yeah,
Can we
you
do
could
something
give.
really, really general? You know, like whatever, it says 3 to 11, 5 days a week. And then kind of that's what we're looking for.
And then
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll build an agreement based upon what
Yeah.
the services you're requiring.
And then we can look at them and get a general idea. That'll be easier for us to
But then the
depict.
issues of citation, all that
Court,
stuff's a
right?
big, oh, yeah.
court.
Where do you take them? We have to go to North Prairie, because we're under a contract with that for a while.
Couple more years, I think,
I'll look that.
Yeah,
whenever the judge is up for reelection or something,
yeah,
yeah.
because then what, we could switch to whatever municipalities.
Yeah.
Court house.
All right, yeah, so maybe we were just better off sending, hey, this is what we're looking for, give us a proposal,
Yeah.
Yep.
That kinda covers you too.
yeah.
You don't
So
put some,
we're not, yeah,
They're law
Okay.
enforcement people, they know it's probably best kind of coverage for what we want,
right.
so.
I mean, we're not, and we can look at all this and it's kinda like, wow.
yeah, it's basically item one, here's what we want. 40
Yeah.
hours a week, with the time frame and rotation of days, and
Yep.
give us a cost.
I know for a fact that's what they're working on, at least the
Okay.
communities that I talk to. They're meeting with all staff and having meetings in regards to that.
Perfect.
Okay. So we don't need a motion to approve this or anything?
Just,
Yeah.
what I would do, Jeff, to cover yourself is if, you know, getting permission from the board, you know, that if communities do contact you, to give them general information on what the board is looking at this point, just so he's got
Yeah.
that authority to do that.
We need a motion then?
Just to protect Jeff.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll motion to protect you.
I'll second.
You're just moving to give
My new
President Millies the
bodyguards.
authority
Oh,
to give
God.
general information
Right.
as it relates to the police contracts that's wanted to the Village of Vernon.
Thank
And
you
then-
very much. I couldn't have said it better
And
myself.
then, Jim, did you second that motion?
Correct.
Okay.
all right, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Flooring for the Village of Vernon offices, hallways, bathrooms, and lunchroom.
Yep, I did not budget, when they came out to give us the quote, they, you know, I had them do everything, but the only office we really need to get done is the deputy clerk's office. That carpeting is awful, awful. We just don't have this kind of money in the budget for the flooring.
Home Depot provides all the services? I thought they just sold product.
No, this is a quote from, this is
They will.
one of the contractors. We would bid this out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause what, don't we have one in our newsletter that sponsors it? I don't know if we have any affiliation. 'Cause I did see a flooring company sponsor our
I think it's
newsletter.
Stu's Flooring, no, sorry.
Yeah.
No, but we would put this out for bid, but I would, you know, like I said, when they came in, they measured everything. We just don't have that kind of money in the budget to do everything, and the only thing we really need is the deputy's office.
What did you budget? 5?
It was,
Was it
I
5,000?
thought it was 13.
Well, that's the overall.
Yeah.
That's the overall.
No, what
That's
she,
the
what they budgeted, I thought was like 5 or something.
almost there.
Wasn't the carpet in your office really bad too?
No, I had to have mine ripped out because my
Okay.
carpet flooded 3 times.
That's
and
what I remembered,
rotted.
yeah, that.
$5,000.
5?
So we don't have money for the rest of it, which is fine. Not, I mean, it's junk, this whole place. Which, it's got holes in it, it's got, I mean, it's awful.
All right,
Yeah.
well, let's get bids on just getting the
But if we stay,
office done.
we wouldn't have
I
to
think
bid
that
this, we wouldn't have to bid this out if it's under 5.
I think we should just get a couple bids.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think,
yeah,
So,
Get some quotes.
right.
just,
I'll see if I can find some guys too.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They just have to be licensed and insured.
Yep.
But
I
I'll-
got a lot of friends in that.
Just, if you could just give me the authority to bid it out for just the deputy's office.
Need a motion?
Yes,
I make a motion for the deputy's office to
to bid it
go
out.
out for quotes for the deputy
Clerks.
clerk's area.
I'll second it. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Door for salt shed,
This was not budgeted at all.
no. Expensive door.
And the one that Brett really wants is the one that would hold up forever for the $20,445. This also, if the board does decide to do this, this would absolutely have to be bid out.
Pretty well, what, absolutely what?
Would have to go out for bids because of the
Oh, yeah,
price.
yeah.
I would say get some more bids.
The only thing is even him trying to get quotes, there's not a lot of companies that do the size door that we need.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a big door.
But we put it out in the trades magazine, that's where you get most of your decent bids, is if you put it out, you could put it on Facebook, but
What happened to the old door?
it's busted.
Just busted up,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay.
Dude, it
Rusted
didn't-
away.
Yeah, it doesn't even function right.
Okay.
Hang a tarp?
I don't think.
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Well,
The
you
only
gotta
thing-
keep the water out, you know.
That's what I thought, because if you get water
Kidding.
in there, it freezes and everything.
The only thing is we did not budget for this.
No, so it's, need a motion to get some bids.
Yeah, but how are you gonna pay for it?
What are
You
our
haven't
options?
borrowed your 2020-25 capital projects yet because we're still waiting for the information on the bridge. And we're owed a lot of money for, money that's above and beyond what our portion would be.
Okay.
So, just to keep that in, if you have to borrow, you do have to borrow for 2020-25, but that's held up because of the
But-
$2 million award that we got.
I think we got time on it too, because hopefully we're done
With
getting in the
salt?
salt shed.
This
And
year?
they can seal it up to
So
get by till fall.
So in the meantime, if you authorize staff to bid it out, at least you get some comprehensive prices, and then you can work on then
Financing.
by the time it comes out, our audit might be done. It should be done a lot faster, and then you have some idea of if you have any money left, in your
Okay.
2025 budget.
Yeah. Too bad we couldn't hold on to that school money longer, earn some good interest money on,
You still have it, even at 9,700?
well, the interest we earned on, before we paid all the school property tax
Oh,
money too.
yeah.
We made some
We held
good
it-
interest for a month there, yeah.
We held it to the day we had to give it, But if you just, at least if it goes out for bid, you get a good, spectrum of what somebody would. And just as, should I bid it out for all three, so you can look at, all? I know Brett really wants,
How's the building itself?
the building is very good.
Okay, cause you don't wanna put a $20,000 door
Door
on
on a old building.
on a
Yeah.
crappy building.
If anyone of you talk to Brett, he'll tell you that it's a solid building.
Okay.
And he doesn't want the $20,000 because it's the most expensive, but when you look at what could happen with salt on steel, and that's why he wants the $20,000 one.
The only difference is either 2-inch track or 3-inch stainless steel track for the two bids for $4,000 more.
Yeah.
Which is an important piece, but seems like a lot. So, I'll make a motion to authorize staff to bid it out.
That's good.
We got time.
I'll
Sarah,
second it.
Second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion? Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Now the non-disclosure agreement between the Village of Vernon and Lynn Gunn.
And board members, this will help, in the delineation of spot checking some of the things that we're encountering now. And the ND, the professional service agreement, that's pretty clear, as far as I'm concerned. We'd all work together on helping Lynn, Lynn's on our finance committee also, and she's also volunteered to lend some of her professional help in regards to issues that we're dealing with the fire department. It's a pretty good agreement.
She's a good one to do this.
Oh, yeah, and she does have a background, not that she was a firefighter, but her husband was a firefighter for years.
Yeah.
No, and we need another set of eyes on stuff to come up with a report saying,
That should be good.
It is correct.
Yeah,
so.
like here. Nice.
Yeah, mine?
All right, is there a motion to approve the,
I'll make the motion to approve the professional service agreement with Lynn Gunn.
is there a second?
I'll second that one.
And in the agreement, trustee Finch, did you also authorize the village president and staff to sign said agreement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
We gotta do the non-disclosure.
Yes. And that's important only because I see all this, and if board members have never asked to see the individual, you have seen this when I've redacted out the call number, the patient's name. I've put this in your packets without any violation of HIPAA laws. But what Lynn and I and the chief are gonna do is spot check, a claim, a call from the beginning to the end as it relates to what transpired, what payments are done, so we can, have a good feeling of what's happening. Because no one has any idea how it's coded, or and Lynn's a good one to do it, and it's something that you can see by the discussion with the board members, this is desperately needed.
And I see that the signing at the end is by, and you attest it, and Lynn signs it.
It would be the village, you would authorize the village president to sign.
That's what I was gonna say, it didn't say, but,
I'll make a motion to approve the non-disclosure agreement and give President Millies the permission to sign it.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor of the motion?
aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, moving on to correspondence, announcements, and reports. I would just like to report that tomorrow, Brett and I will be meeting with the Village of Waukesha and their DPW department about seeing if there's any type of services we can combine or share, or
Good.
anything, so that's tomorrow morning. That's all I have. Trustee Pecca?
Well, I think we all got caught by surprise with this snowstorm, but I do want to say to the people that if you ever have any standing dead trees in your yard, it's best to get them down. I had some blow down, and unfortunately, I got to go out and clean them up. But another thing to watch out for, especially if we have severe thunderstorms or high winds, is how people have those portable basketball hoops. If you know you're gonna be going through high winds, it's best to take them down, and I have seen them blow down on people's cars. That's it.
I don't have anything tonight.
Jim?
Nothing.
All right, we had the treasurer's report in the packet. Any questions on that? We didn't have a sheriff's report. Vernon Fire Department gave their report. Karen?
I put many of my things in your report, for emergency government and a couple other agencies. I wanted to put that in your packet also. I just wanted the board to know that Nancy Dean has done a complete report on the poorhouse at the Breck development on the Foss Farm property, the Dave Ball property on 164. Excellent book. And she also did a book on rural home cemetery for the village. So I want to thank Nancy Dean for all the hard work she's done in that. Also, in the absentee ballots went on Monday. We got our first batch as 500 absentee applications were submitted. They were all sent out on Monday. We have in-person voting. It starts Tuesdays from 8 to 3:30. And then Saturday the 28th, I'll be open from 8 till noon. And then if people can't make those times, please call me. I structured my notice so that if people need to make an appointment, need to vote at night, let me know, and I can, by law, I can meet them and they can vote anytime. But they just have to call me and make an appointment.
Do we have a copy of the ballot on our website?
Yes, and it links right to WisVote also.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, all the voting's gonna be at the Village Hall. This will be a dilly. That's all I have, Mr. President and board members.
All right, the stormwater report, you
I
had,
just wanted this to be on the, this is gonna be an ongoing thing on the agenda. At the last plan commission meeting, you heard all those people talk about, Jim, I know you heard it on recording, of all those people about all the water problems they have in that area. And, also in that Breck development, you heard a lot of people, at least I heard a lot of people make some comments about flooding on Big Bend Road. So, just so that you know, we're adding these comments so that we can, monitor what's happening in those areas when we're having big rains. And I'm just keeping stormwater on there just so the EPA and the DNR know that, you know, we're concerned about stormwater. That's all I have to report for now.
Great, thanks.
all right, accounts payable for March 18th, batch number 202603118, in the amount of $157,747.19.
I'll make a motion to approve batch 20260318 in the amount of 157,747.19.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion, questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Then we have manual checks. The amount of $7,280.50.
I'll make a motion to approve the manual checks in the amount of $7,280.50.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Then we also have a payroll manual check in the amount of $681.13.
I'll make the motion again to approve the payroll manual check in the amount of $681.13.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Then we have the ACH transactions here for October, November, December, January, and February. Do you need a motion to approve each month?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
We do it for
Yes,
each month?
and just so the board members know, we did not put the payroll detail in the public comments, but they have the bank statements, they can see what the overall. So each one would have a motion to approve the ACH submittals in the amount of $157,145.84 for October 2025. This is important, and we will stay on top of these, but this should be given to the board every single month, because these are the payments we make automatically, payrolls automatic, this is almost all payroll, and
Okay.
then automatic the debits that relate to payroll or garnishes.
So next month we'll get March. And
Yes,
So
yep.
it'll just be March.
Right,
Well, I'll start out, I'll make a motion to approve October 2025 ACH transactions in the amount of $157,145.84.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously.
That's a big one.
Then we got November 2025, the amount of $161,628.14. Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Then a motion for December's of 2025, 1,600,
164,000.
164,000. It's going, these numbers aren't working out, yeah. $164,626.93. Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Are we kind of late in approving last year's? Shouldn't they have been, yeah.
that's why they're on the agenda. Because if you look to see, hey, did they ever approve them? Well, I can say to the auditor, yep, they did. And she wants to see it in the packet too.
All right, so moving on to January of 2026, in the amount of $215,205.32. Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. And February 2026, in the amount of $177,338.66. Is there a second to my motion to approve?
I'll second it. Who, what?
Give it to Gary.
Okay.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed unanimously. And we had February's financial statements in the packet,
No motion is needed in that,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
and the aging accounts receivable report.
And the only thing I wanted to update, you saw the manual entries of the $3,068.86 that were put on the tax bills. There also was a bill paid for $1,317.60. It was invoice number 4152. So that brings the outstanding aging amount of $8,646.41. Not that you have to make a motion, but every month you're gonna see an aging report of what we have in outstanding bills. And this wouldn't be as high as it is, but we do have one account that's at 4,300 that's been on the books for years. That's why it's so high, because
Oh, that-
we can't put it on a tax bill, we just have to wait for that person to pay. So,
Okay.
that's it, but no motion is needed, Mr. President, on that one.
All right. Let's move on to the village board minutes, February 19th. That was we were at Big Ben for their meeting. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from March 19th, or
February,
no,
yeah, February 19th.
And I'll-
February 19th.
And I need to abstain. I wasn't there.
Well, no,
You were, no, this is the,
We have,
I was in the wrong set of minutes here.
Oh, you are?
yeah, you were here on the 19th, Gary.
Oh, okay. I wasn't, I'll be there tomorrow night, but I won't. All right. So it's February 19th?
Yes, that was our regular board meeting.
Yeah.
In the last packet, the plan commission, the unfinished plan commission minutes were put in your packet, not the,
Oh, okay.
that's where the confusion is, so you do need to approve those.
No, I was looking at the agenda for tomorrow night at Big Ben, that's why, looking, wait a minute, it says March 19th. All right, do we have a motion for February?
Oh, I thought you made the motion.
Okay, and then was there a second on that?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. March 5th. Minutes. I think I saw one typo. He had an extra space in my name. President Millies, there's an extra space in there.
Is it at the end?
No, right in the very beginning.
Okay.
Other than that, I didn't see anything. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from March 5th with that one correction. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, upcoming dates for meetings. Tomorrow night, we're meeting at Big Ben. April 2nd and April 16th, we village board meetings. April 6th, we have open book from 3 to 5 p.m. April 7th is our spring election day at the Village of Vernon Hall. April 8th, we have village board and plan commission meeting. And May 18th, will be board of review from 6 to 8 p.m. Also, before we adjourn, guys, I'd like to deviate. I think we have a Boy Scout in our audience tonight,
Oh, okay.
earning on one of his badges. Does he have any questions about tonight's procedures or anything before we adjourn?
He's actually here for his Honors American Government class
Okay.
at Wannabe High School, but.
Oh, okay.
Do you know Ava
That's
Soto?
why I'm just like, how did he know?
You- That's my granddaughter. What's your name, honey?
Everett.
Everett? I gotta ask her about you tomorrow, Everett.
Usually the Boy Scouts show up, that's why we're guessing Boy Scouts here.
Yeah. Well, it's both, but he needed this was part of his government class, and I said, you should come to the board meeting tonight. That's why he's like, no, we don't have anything to say.
Well, Everett, if you need a letter, let us know, and we'll be happy to send one on your.
What do you need? You need a picture with don't you need a picture?
How about if we have the whole board?
There's a picture, but also for an extra 3 points on my assignment, I can get a dance.
You dance with what?
If you dance?
Dance
Yeah.
with the board?
Oh, if you dance in front of the board?
I guess so.
Oh, well, hey, well, come on up, honey. Come on up, Everett.
Your teacher can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, have mom videotape it. And then after he's done dancing, you guys gotta all stand
You gonna
around.
do an Irish jig
Yeah.
for St. Patrick's Day? Yeah.
Wait, mom doesn't have her camera on yet. Wait, honey. Wait, Everett. Okay, dance, Everett. And the whole board's gonna come around you now, Everett. Stand right there. Come on, board members, go around Everett.
Here we go.
They're all gonna stand behind you now, Everett. Big smile. Well, I'm not really a board member. Everett, I'm gonna stand next to the president.
Everybody can see?
Yep, 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you.
And let us know if you need a letter to your teacher.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Saying you stayed awake the whole
betcha.
night.
Oh, man.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Everett.
You're welcome.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Bye, Everett's mom.
If we actually have questions of the board, and this is just a general, is that something we can email in, or do we?
Oh, yeah, just email me and I'll get